Hello everybody, welcome to Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. All the new content, that's what we're doing. Current time, 10, that's the one. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. I give you, permissions to my PC. I think you really could if you wanted to. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. What a nice title screen. Okay, well that means, of course, we gotta boot up the game again. Because that's how this do. Whoop. Open like sesame. Please enter the current time. Now, I'm weird. I know. But I do have a current favorite time. And that is 7:11. Nice. AM, PM, doesn't matter. 7:11 AM, your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? Oh, for sure not. It is not that time. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious, how accurate is 7:11? Is it? Yeah, well, how accurate 7:11 is, let's use another slider to find out. Oh, did I have a stroke? How accurate is 7:11? Oh, it's very inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to give new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. It must be done. It must be done. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Well, I mean, it's kind of already there. It's gone. It's here. Center is pretty good. Please adjust the slider until the Dalek and the cat are friends. Aw, make 'em friendos. Best friendos. That seems like a little too much friendo. There you go. That's best friends right there. Perfect. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. 9! It is not the right 9. Where's my 9? I swear. Oh my gosh. It got me. Where? 9. Confirm. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Did it? Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Scrumptious. Akuboinkle. Obviously Akuboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider, as you wish. You know what time it is right now? 12:15. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? It depends. But yes. What is time, anyway? A construct to perceive reality and measure. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yeah, I've only told you like 4 things. Help. Oh. Yeah. Will you come back to visit me? Yeah, definitely. You're a nice fellow. Here we go again. Well, I get to see the nice little menu screen person. That's okay. Love the nice menu screen. Also, my allergies are killing me. In a literal sense. So I apologize for that. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There is no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. It is 12:16. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. Yeah, it depends if they're online games or friends games, cooperative. You like being alone, don't you? It depends on the day. I'm a pretty social person, kind of the opposite of what I was in high school. Didn't talk to anybody, not a single soul. There's probably 3 people I spoke to. And yeah, well, yeah, there's probably 4 people I spoke to often, I should say. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's fair. I'm a patient person. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Okay, bye. Now I should be able to begin game settings. Now my brain box. The allergies are real. Where's what in the fuck? Does it already have the narrator's face? His word is technically that is his face. So the words. Whoa! The infinite monitor. Begin.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say, never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Scary.
Something was very clearly wrong.
What do we do about that?
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Sleep paralysis?
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Welcome back. Cool. I am going. My wife needed me to go to the grocery store, I remember.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room, Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I always miss the memo. Did that have a pen in it before? And a pencil? I don't think it did. 437!
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Yeah,
Nor
it does.
did it advance the story in any way.
It always does. Fear not. Mondays. L. 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 Fuel! Okay. New content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I believe it means, new content. Call me crazy. But I'm pretty sure it means new content. I'm on the Vader.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
What if? Can I say screw it and go back? No, that's not a possibility. Okay. Cool. The elevator.
Okay,
Get out! Oh.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's beautiful already. I love the elevator. It's broken.
Is it broken?
Yeah, it's broken.
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
It's running on Internet Explorer.
Let's do it.
Got a little bit of a delay. Microsoft Edge, whatever you want to call it. Still Internet Explorer. Quite slow.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
Calm down, good sir. You have elevators and your stuff too. Like, and you haven't even waited for any new content. I think you're being over anxious. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I'm not gonna jump. I must save my jumps.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to
Wait
be
a second.
something else, right?
Something open over there? I heard something. I heard something, unless it was the Vader that I was just at. One or the other. Probably isn't. Can I go back? I hate it here. Nope. Okay. Always try. I love the jump circle. Goodbye. I'm gonna go and do the stuff is. You're gonna complain about the new content even though you haven't seen anything.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping.
Yeah.
Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yeah.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
How do you know it's 20
I could
hours?
count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes.
It's like an
I knew
info.
there had
I'm
to be
always
something
facing
else.
the wrong
Let's see
way.
it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
It's a bridge. It's over the abyss. If we jump off, we could die. I can't jump. I thought I had 36 jumps. The fuck is this?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Can I have
Quality
that?
assurance department signed off on this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
Yeah.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
What's that?
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say,
Always.
friend?
Oh, wait. I didn't get an option, so why'd you ask? I am forward to. We broke it. We broke it. My office is in the wrong spot. See, that's where I'm supposed to be. That's what I'm supposed to see. I hate Mondays. Mondays suck. The answer is no.
Stanley, come over here.
Dude, you're in my head. You don't need
I want
to.
to show you something.
Okay, you whisper. I heard you. I am ignoring your vent.
You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Why you call me dork? I am a man of charisma and intellect. And I don't. Oh, where's my inputs? My nostrils are getting stuffier by the second.
When Stanley came to a set of...
I screwed it. I thought that would do something for me. I hear ya.
Hey, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I got a lot of problems. At least I can vent now. I cope with pain with humor.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
It is
Got
the
me
best,
thinking
though.
about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find
Ooh.
it. Just our little secret. Take a
Oh.
look.
Listen here, little secret. I, presently, cannot breathe.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
I love it
Experiences
already.
like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Ooh.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched?
Oh,
Back
yeah.
then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Yeah. This is the pinnacle, alright. That's where everything stopped. They should have retired games that moment. I remember that day. I literally stopped my schedule. I ignored my entire family. I sold my brother, actually, just so I could play the game. That's how peak performance it was. It was great. First kiss, first car, the release of the set. What the fuck, man? 2013? Ha. I get it. It's the year. Ha. You a funny guy. I like work. I just hate my bosses, say. Be my Valentine. It's February. Might be for people that watch it in the future, though. In that case, happy Valentine's Day. Good times. I say that a lot. Good times. I'm gonna die. Today is the day. Today is the day I die. I can't feel my toes. What? 1951? Was that someone's birthday or something? Am I going the right way? Nope, got turned around. Look at that TV. My millionth dollar! That's a SpongeBob reference. Trip down memory lane. Smiled because it happened. That's adorable. I think they still had flat monitors in 2013. In fact, I'm 100% sure they did, but yeah, that's it. Go play outside, don't play for 5 years. I didn't get that because I didn't have this Steam account 5 years ago. Unfortunate lar. I blow my nose, but I'm doing it off. That annoys people and myself. I hit delete. Okay, I thought something bad happened. Thought my mic decided that it was gonna go away. It was gonna go outside because it hadn't worked for 5 years. I don't think I've had this mic for 5 years. Actually, no, I think I've had it for just a year. Alright, what's that say? Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Okay, well, it be like that sometimes. Who you? Nominee of the British Academy Award, the Stanley Parable. Really? A film and television arts. Nominee for that. Nominee for... It's the same thing? Over and over. Okay. He's just really happy about that one. He had to have it up there 3 times. Is this the timeout chair? New video game released today! Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. College show uneven effort to enroll poor. Cost enter new track to achieve diversity. 50% off a designer hat! I need that. I would like a top hat or a fedora so I can look dapper as fuck. That would be grand. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Not really. You just do whatever you want. Hey, look, he's got aerial picture of me dying on a sidewalk and a lady that just leaves me and doesn't call an amber lamps. No, there's a barrier there. Can't do that. There's a piano. Oh, what's that? In loving memory of little Stanley. Aww, is that a hamster? Is that what the game is named after? Because that's adorable.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
Every game.
Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Put Minecraft and Firewatch and
ever created.
Rocket League in there.
It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
My shoes are wet.
A husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
What if I stay in that elevator for an hour? What happens when I do that? I want to know. What happens? What happens? Let's see. I'm obviously not gonna do it, but I'm gonna look it up. Ooh, elevator content fun. It just does it. Elevator content 1 hour 1 hot. Yes, that's what I mean. Phone, cooperate with me. I own you. Elevator music 1 hour version. That's not quite what I'm looking for. You'll reach a sequence of baby. No. 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 It says, it does not say, so I don't know if there's an actual thing. I also didn't do research for very long. I'm pretty sure that was like 30 seconds, so look it up. Portal! I knew they got a lot of stuff here from Portal. I knew it. That is... That is either... It's like the first chamber, chambers 0 or something like that. It's very early in the game. The mind control facility. Ah. There's the Minecraft. They used to have that in here. I think it's still in the first version. Not in the Ultra Deluxe, though. Tasteful, nostalgic. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, the Stanley Parable. Beautiful. Ah, there's 2 doors everywhere. 2 doors down, if you know what I mean. Person of the Year. That's stuff. Yep, that's stuff. Happy button. I want to push a happy button. I want to push the happy button. I want to push the happy button. You said I had jumps. Where the fluff are my jumps? You rambunctious fool. That's a cool tie you got there. There's the doors, the red and blue doors. Very cool. That's a me on a monitor. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Globe 29 is a bike. Yep.
Here's another moving passage.
Moving
this time
passage.
From GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
But that's not how you make money. You can't just stop making games. It's also... Okay, sure, whatever. I'm going places now. The serious room. I'm jumping! I saved my jump for this moment. Is it because I didn't actually jump? Is that the problem here? Is it because I didn't jump once in the jumping circle and now I don't get to ever jump again? Is that what this is? Should I have jumped once? The answer might surprise you. Well, how do I get out of here?
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Deep dark depression.
Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam,
Woo!
the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, you don't know Steam. Steam is pretty honest.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
I almost died.
It's a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Boy, eh? I can't read these. For some reason, they're all blurry. What goes? Not recommended.
This one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying.
Noodle.
Fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
Depends on the day.
This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel
Fluff?
as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have.
Is that nude or noodle?
These marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
It's not unimpeachable.
I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
You did. It's all your fault.
The Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Give up. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Cancel them completely.
What's this?
My socks are wet again.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so that the reader can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button.
Goodbye.
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm
Bye, have a
too
great
preachy,
time.
then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Ah.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Oh, no.
And it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay, but, you're saying all I had to do was leave a really mean review on your Steam, but I could be in a game? You know how many people are probably leaving bad reviews now just because you put that in the game and read it and left their gamer tags in it? I think you have doomed yourself, good sir. Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time.
All
So that
right.
the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for. And I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
Go ahead.
The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
Am I having a stroke?
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in
I like
games.
that you are
Of course,
built
I happen to believe
thesaurus.
it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
I don't know about that,
Look,
Chief.
I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
All right, you
So
go.
my theory is that
I believe
any
in you.
choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Well, there, sport. You really did catch
It had to be done.
didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over.
All
I can't
over.
wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and
Ha.
whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I
don't know.
should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
Well, your game's on
That
it, so
would have been
yeah.
a smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, Surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Does that mean there isn't an edit?
That's quite likely.
And
Or
you're trying to
perhaps
get one?
they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about.
I doubt.
know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated.
You
and
right.
we can say goodbye to it and just wait. How do we get out of here?
There's a box. Oh,
Wasn't there a
shoot.
door that led into this room?
Yeah.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
There
How
for
else
sure
would
was.
we have gotten into the room in the first place?
Exactly.
I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that. Do you see
Some sort of opening, yeah.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was.
I'll give you some time to look for it.
Can you make... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12
I'm
hours.
not Stanley, I'm
You've just been
BobbyBot.
frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
I
I've
know!
looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea.
So what you're saying is we need more door.
I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything
To
else,
more
I
door.
don't know how to stop you from pressing the button
You
again.
can't! I'm a free spirit.
Stanley, you're back.
What time is it now?
Oh my goodness. I
Many
have someone to
numbers.
talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
You didn't water the plant while I was gone?
All that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's
It's dark.
just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always?
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through
That
which my
fan's
words
loud.
were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not
Cool!
Oh, hello. It's you.
Your boy.
Again, welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
Ah, you killed
I
it.
stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
Oh.
I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Ooh.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known.
Goodbye. Hello? Are you done? Are you? You still haven't learned how to water a plant? I don't know. The fuck was that? You guys hear that too? It's like a slide of some sort. It's like something sliding open or something. I don't know. Narrator seems to be gone. He must have found a way out. Oh, dang it. We gotta replace the battery in the fire detector. The clock fell down. Your maintaining of this is not good. You really let the place go.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. He's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say...
I have been muted this whole time!
Let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are...
How many minutes have I been muted?
Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
100%.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I'll press the button. I challenge anyone that watches this to decode by reading my lips what I have said the entire time I was muted. Because I'm not doing it again. Good luck with that. If you do it, you get a crisp high five. And if it's on YouTube, I will heart it and I will pin it to the top. The first person that does it. Yep. Just say I decoded it and then include all of the text dialogue and I'll do that. Then you will forever have your comment at the top.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a run. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time.
Jim.
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Yeah,
Let's
you
take
right.
a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim!
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
No.
Put the Jim button away.
Jim.
Otherwise,
Jim.
soon you'll start
Jim.
to lose all
Jim.
sense of
Jim.
who you
Jim.
actually are.
Jim.
I miss the Jim button. It is a beautiful button. Big boy. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, that was pretty cool, pretty cool. Loving the new content so far. It makes me the happy.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable.
Merch!
That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Man, merch. Merch is amazing. But I don't know who would buy merch. Definitely no one would buy merch. No one should buy merch. Absolutely no one. Especially not from the store that might have mine. That'd be terrible. No one should ever do that. But if they did, I would not have them stop it. Okay. What is this? The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle, infinite hole. I love it. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Awesome, awesome, awesome. New features, new contents, new idea. The update of ray tracing. New update, ray tracing, more of the same, but in a good way. 999. What's that about? It's one of the TVs on the fritz. Hello?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Cool! I love epilogue. Epilogue make me happy. Is so cool. I love it. I love it more than anything. Infinite hole, the free achievement. I want a free achievement. I want to feel free. Free achievements, pull the lever, achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Can it be done? I love it. You're not very good at making things that function all the time, so I have slight suspicion that it no do.
Perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Okay. So that's fun. So far, so good. So far, the button does not say my name, and the lever does not work. Cool, cool. You're on a winning streak here, bud.
Else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jumping circle.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
No jumps remaining in player tiers. Don't ask. I want infinite hole.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided.
Oh, it's
on
a
this one.
balloon.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Stepniece. I know you choose the other one. That's how this do. And I want Get Well Someday. So we're gonna niece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Well, someday it is.
Get well someday. I am. Good job. Good job. And it changed it all to that. Awesome.
Or
2 to
actually,
2.
Maybe I should have gone with...
Give up.
No, I've made my decision.
Leave the bucket for last. Yeah, that's new. The jump circle. It did that. Pretty cool. Button that says jump. I've done all that. Okay. Infinite hole. An infinite hole. Hole. Hole? Is the hole this way? Where's the hole? Hole. 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 Where is your hole? Point me to your hole.
Stanley, here's an
Oh.
idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Certainly
This is, in
not.
fact, a hole that you can fall down forever.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
Portal does
Infinite
that.
Falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A
Okay.
stone leap forward for video games as a medium.
I wanna be on the infinite hole. What's in the box? Nothing. Alright, it's a cool hole. Alright, we yump it.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of
Yeah.
my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Woo! Yeah! Woo! Loving
I know
it.
it's a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
You're gonna kill me. Alright.
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
You lied to
Is
me.
it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From
Deep
one perspective,
hole.
the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Sup?
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
I am.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person
mug.
actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Your problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put
Just
all
the
this
two
behind
of us.
and agree to just call
We
the
can
hole
make it if
most
we try. Just
infinite?
the two of
If it works
us.
for you, then go
Building
ahead and press
castles
teleport
in the
button
sky,
and walk up
just
to
the
top
two
hole
of
and
us.
we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Every pause button. I love you. I love you. I love you. Hole. Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more.
Yeet.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem
You's
is that
the
you
problem.
like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep,
Normal
it's an infinite
people
hole.
like
It goes on
holes.
forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Dong. I have long fall boots from
The
Portal,
hole
I've
seemed
decided.
even shorter to you
I'd be
this time.
dead.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Okay. I say hi.
I'm positively thrilled.
Yeet.
I really... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep. Even
Never
by the
was.
lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
Depth.
Let's
Not really
walk back up
length.
to the top,
I mean,
and we'll see if
technically.
it gets any shorter.
Alright.
Well, there it is.
Ooh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point.
It's still a
It's more of
hole.
a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Yeet.
How is this still appealing to you?
I love
I
it
know you're
here.
obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
You just do whatever it is you're doing. Killing you and helping you aren't mutually exclusive. Killing, give you good advice aren't mutually exclusive. Whatever GLaDOS said. I can't yump. I saved my yumps thinking I could yump. But I can't yump anywhere.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago.
I believe. No, I can't. I jump out. I said I am supposed to have jumps.
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out.
Okay,
Goodbye,
bye.
Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
Bye.
You and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I wanna jump out of the hole. I saved my yumps for this. It appears to not be a possibility. Majestic. Beautiful even. Amazing. Glorious. I am descending. Oh, hi. All right.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
I want to do it again.
How about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
I'll do it again.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
I'll be back. Let me jump. Yes, are we going back? Please let me go back. Aww. Sad. Okay.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
I will the button that says gym. I think I have tried everything. Oh, collectibles. I need to get the bucket first, don't I? I think the collectibles lead me away. Please, no screenshots. Don't tell me I live my life. This isn't an NFT. I'm gonna take a screenshot if I feel like it.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that
Bucket.
it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who
Bucket.
played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on,
Bucket.
give it a try.
Bucket. Ooh, boy.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
The magic
I
bucket.
think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Ooh.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they?
Yeah.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket clinks when I walk. Cool, cool.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Can I go back to the hole with the bucket? Is that a pasta brew? I go hole. I go hole. I go to hole. Let me go hole. I went the wrong way. If I did hole. If I hole. The hole. I will die on this day. I want you to remember me. Oh, okay. As a hole, the holy moly. How deep can we dig? Very, very deep. How long can you survive digging? I can't tell you. Okay. Yeah, collectibles. I want that one. It's a big boy. I want the big boy. The man is the big boy. Also, you took it. My jumps. I was promised yumps.
Collectibles.
Glory.
Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Yes.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Who said it's unremarkable? It's very... Why is there... Why... Okay. Taste the sequel. I taste them. They're very sequel-esque. Can I go back? I certainly cannot. Okay, this is kind of a one-stop shop.
You collect everything in a video game, and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I think I'm done here, pal. There's jump circle, this map, free achievement, but it says game merch settings world champion. Where's that? Where's the settings world champion? What? Where's the settings world champion? I want to be the settings world champion. Hello? Settings world champion. Settings world champion. Ooh. Settings. Settings world champion. Where's the setting? Where's the setting? Where's the setting? How do we... I want to know how to do this. I'm looking up because my brain box can't think right now. It's too full of allergies. Settings. World champion. Alright. It says, you get just for changing several settings sliders in the main menu outside of the game itself. I did that. Each of the sliders point by point in the settings menu. Control stick as well to skip individual numbers. So I have to go through all of my settings. Is that what you're telling me? I thought that might be it, but let's see. So go general, field of view. Okay. 72. Mouse sensitivity is at 5. There we go. Yep, 5. And invert, uninvert. I guess just keep doing all that. Okay. Translation, background opacity. Is it all just the sliders? 80. Just in case. Do a little bit of that. Alright. So transition labels, 80. There we go. Medium. Color labels. Yeah. Okay, we did that. Audio. And boom, and boom, and boom, and boom. Video. Borderless. 9. Controls. Have I not done them all? Is this not the droid I'm looking for? I did this. Do I need to leave them? I think everything's on default anyway. Right? All in-game progress will be unaffected. Yes. Subtitles is on. That's the only thing I need to change. Okay. Well, let's screw it all up, I guess. Yeah. Oh, we gotta do that, and then that. Alright. And a little bit of that. Got all that going for us. Okay, audio, we're gonna screw it all up. Video. Turn that off. Windowed it is. 60 hertz. Wait a second. Why wasn't that on 60 hertz? Whatever. Applied the resolution. 4A, whatever that is. Keep resolution. Medium. Okay, have I done it? Oh, no, the Y's inverted. How the bucket, it looks so bad now. It looks so bad. The language, of course. I have done all of your settings. What? It's I did, what? Do I need to change all my keybinds? Okay. I'll do it. This is gonna screw me up. Okay. Off. That's gotta be it. How? That is literally everything. I have changed every setting. What do you mean? Changed everything. I've changed it all. Everything has been changed. Nothing is as it was. There is simply no reason for this. Nothing is the same as it were. Do you understand? I can't even move forward anymore. So I don't know what button I set it as. Apparently, it's you. But you also go sideways. I can't select anymore, because I don't know what that button is either. Okay. Settings. Where is my controls? Interact is B. B. Oh. I can't feel my feet. The allergies are winning the damn battle. A reset. Yes. Reset. Yes. I need subtitles on again. And I need controller vibration. Yeah, I have a controller. I don't have a controller. Alright. Why'd that change? Why'd that go back? Does the general also do the audio? Yeah, okay. So that's why. Okay, well, this is probably broken. 60. Full screen. Borderless. On. Controls. Reset. I changed every... Ah! I fracking hate you. Whatever. I don't care. I'm done. It's over. I'm ogre it. Call Shrek. For the last time. I'm leaving this place. Won't give me my stuff. I will leave you. No cares. I'm leaving. I'm jumping off this. I have jumps left. You can't tell me otherwise. Let me jump. For glory.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah,
Ready
I'm
to
out.
move on now?
Lady forgot her book bag. Her purse or something, or I don't know. 42, the answer of the universe. Please, no screenshots. I'm gonna freaking do a screenshot right here. Right now.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do
I
you
think
like
I'm
all
gonna
of
do
the
a
new
screenshot.
features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Hi, Cuddles.
Okay.
What's going on?
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Woo! Hole! Can I jump? I have more jumps.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
This whole non-jumping thing.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go.
Hi, Cuddles.
Version 2.
Sup, Miss Tasty?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
What's this?
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's
Are you
it.
on my desk?
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well,
Thank you.
insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Okay.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Hit me.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
Just have it in words.
You see if
That's all
I
you
can
gotta
put
do.
something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It's in a book. Nice. I do like it. Very good. Oh, that is not a bad. Wait a second. I don't know if I can go back to that. Can I? I change all the settings. What if I do it here? What if I do it here? What if? What if? L. What about that? Nothing happened. Begin and see what happens, I guess. I will never skip. Can't skip. Skipping's against the law. That's right. The settings. About that. Well, let's do that a little bit. So we can at least hear him.
Through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Press
This is
escape,
what
I
employee
spacebar
427
M.
every day,
I spacebar
every
M.
month of every year.
What did that say?
While others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Huh.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Did he now? Oh, shoot. My boy. Game the game, resume the game. Settings! Oh, please help. Reset settings. Yes. Content warnings. Enables content warning an option. Keep sections of the game that deal with stuff. Nope. I'm good. Show subtitles. On. Alright. Audio. Video. VSync. Borderless. 60 Hertz. Apply. Keep. Controls. Reset. Back. Resume. Okay, I've done it all several times. You don't give it to me,
All of his
I'm leaving.
were gone.
It's ogre.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Whatever.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the fluffin' memo? Give me your memo. Give me your mamor. Give me your momalanto. Give me your
Stanley
boogie
picked
woogie.
up the bucket.
Is this so different? It looks a bit different. Yeah, it looks a bit different. Hello? There's no computer there. The computer's over there. Everything's all goofed. Heyo? Heyo? Two doors!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I did.
And entered the door on his left.
You right. Left! Hello? Okay. We're still going. Get that information, 411.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Where's the boss? Perhaps about things and money, but our product. Profits, profits, profits. Stupid idea. More water coolers. Blah, blah, blah. Stuff and things. Love it. Room closet! It's onboarded. Ah, ha, ha!
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
But
You
it's
can
my
feel that,
bucket.
can't you? The aura of jealousy.
How
It's
dare.
as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
The
I
bucket.
really feel it now.
I can
It's
fill
a
it with
bucket.
stuff.
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say.
Oh, it
here.
might be
It's
onto
best to go
something.
with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
It's
Given
not.
the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right
Broom
now.
closet
to
has
act
no
strong.
hands to
This
take
is
it
your
away.
bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. This is how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty
How?
insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket. Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
I love it for a variety of reasons.
And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
I just met the
That your
bucket.
relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Uh,
That your life
kinda.
is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your
yeah, I
path
mean-
in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never.
You're really trying hard to make this the
Then,
companion cube.
Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
You suck. How about that?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Okay, you go, girl. Oh,
There.
yes,
Now it's
Stanley.
settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
It's not
Take
my
a
bucket.
hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I love broom closet and the natural order of things.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think
Okay.
it's appropriate.
It was under the other
I
one.
feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not,
What is
you can
it?
look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a
It's
bucket."
a bucket.
There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
It's a bucket. Misa love a bucket. Can
You know
I?
what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies.
Aye,
Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll
Yep.
see you outside,
I'm-
and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
You're trying really hard to push this bucket thing. If you had just not even mentioned the bucket or forced it upon me, maybe I would feel more inclined to like the bucket. Or threaten to take it away. That's what Portal did. You never knew when the companion cube was going to disappear. Plus it had a heart on it. You know, everyone's like, I love it. It's grand. But yeah. Trying a little hard here, pal. I mean, I like the bucket, don't get me wrong, but you're pushing a little too much. You get me? All right, back in the broom closet. He has nothing for me? Okay. Have a good day. I'll be taking the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Upstairs! Bucket, wait till you see the boss. He's very non-existent. He's a great guy. Executive bathroom. Let me show you around. We got hand soap. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes if the... Oh, yeah. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Okay.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Two.
no reward for collecting all of
Should
these.
know two.
Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Consider it savored. Give that a little close. So, Bucket, look, if we go over here, the narrator's going to say something about the number pad. Are you ready?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of
Hi,
confusion.
Cody Canman.
It would be with him.
Just
always.
playing the Stanley Parable.
And he knew it.
Ultra
The two of
Deluxe.
them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
I push buttons.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh, I had them backwards.
But Stanley guessed
Okay.
the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
The darkness.
Was the bucket guiding him?
Absolutely not.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
No, Bucket kind of just here. Hi.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
The mini
Stanley
stand.
things. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
Ooh,
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Or there's statues. Could be, statue lands. Lands of statues. Statue. Parables. The Stanlables. The statuables.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
I love
Soothing
Bucket.
him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Can I fill the bucket with something cool? Can I fill it?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead
Help.
through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Sure didn't, pal. I'll be seeing you later.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up?
Yeah.
When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
3.
I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
I think it should have
Bucket
been
said nothing.
2 because of all the 2s. Why the bucket? Well, you see, the bucket was given to us as kinship and happiness by the narrator for the second game. Because that's what changes absolutely everything, is having the bucket. You get different endings for doing basically the same stuff, but the bucket's involved. We get the bucket forced upon us.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He
Hooray!
took the bucket over to the... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life.
She's
Stanley
killing me.
looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a
Bucket.
shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting? After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's
3,
office,
6, 9
Stanley
girls wanna
glanced
drink
went to
wine.
the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
Tree. Bucket, no care. I go. I'm out. Have a good day. I will be doing this now. Oh, it's going down for real, Bucket.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something.
Yeah.
Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Yeah. That's what it is. Maybe the bucket does not have feelings.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should Stanley and the bucket walk
Goodbye.
straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control
You know what?
Facility?
I feel like we need to go up again. Let's do it. Bucket.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me.
I gotta
and
tell you
I
what
have
makes
been
me
through
happy.
So much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
Feel
He
it.
smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
It's a bucket. It can't talk, good sir. I should have to inform you of this. I will do it. Number 3
Here,
for
said
me.
Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything
Bucket.
to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing.
Bucket.
The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
Bucket.
Only silence.
Bucket.
Crushed by a wave of dejection,
Bucket.
Stanley returned to the elevator.
Bucket. Bucket. Do you understand my love for the number 3, Bucket? Bucket, I'm looking at you. Bucket. Bucket, talk to me. Bucket, talk to me. Bucket! This is why our relationship doesn't work. It's all one-sided, you know? Whatever. I'll deal with the one-sidedness, I guess.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
Sad.
There must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
It's always a solution. There's always a way to go about things, to make things happen. But I feel As though the bucket is
Stanley
not
and the
trying.
bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind
Oh, I
Control
sure
Facility.
did, pal. Number 3! Hello?
Said
Yes.
Stanley, I know what to do.
I know what to
how
do.
to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him.
There's a person
and why
in
he
that.
felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
All right, bucket. We got a presentation.
He advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived,
World
Stanley
peace,
was
baby.
as prepared as he'd ever been for anything
Ball.
in his life.
Ball. 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 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. What happened to 2? I like 2. 2 is so
This
much
was it.
better.
One last chance to win the bucket over.
All right.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Well, I'm glad to have you here for your break. At least you have a good
There's no
time.
one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it
Thanks for the
really
follow,
means
too.
to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
Oh, what a world.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding.
Sad days.
The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Sad. The bucket. He'll never understand. The bucket. Hello.
All of his co-workers were gone.
It will someday.
What did it mean? Stanley decided
Ah.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Where's
he
it?
had simply missed a
Where's it?
memo. No
Gotcha.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Figuring Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Cool. I love it. I'll go find them. Yes. Hello? 420 again. Good to see ya. I'm gonna beep bop the boop of the boop. And living it, loving it, living la vida, loca loca.
When
All
Stanley
right.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I sure did, pal. I'll do that for you. After all, you are all I have, narrator. Couldn't do anything without you. Did I forget the bucket? Where's the bucket? Mission status. A large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue, near a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person inside of the sequel exhibit. Okay. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Collect them all. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Just take 3 from me. 3. Can I have? Lol, looks like 427. Ha, that's me. Stop kidding yourselves. Lives, who are you? I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be a reward for finding them. Thank you. Good luck. Maybe all the collectibles. Shut the freak up. Findings difficult. Wouldn't you like to know? That's a lot of managed sounds as usual, particularly strange noises data from the dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance of porcelain surface. I don't know what that's talking about. Ideas, employee 421 bridge building. Weird spinning figurines. What can we call them? Can we sell them? Obviously. Do we need to contact for them? Okay. Dreams. Why floating? Magical. Magnets. Okay. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Okay. Construct a bridge and allow the collectors tiny to float. Produce one plant. Okay. There's a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff going on. A whole lot of information at once. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. Oh, okay, it's talking about that. I love how the text runs off onto the picture like most PowerPoint presentations. Red room. Good luck. Okay. I'm gonna need it. Broom closet!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got...
Ah! I forgot the dang bucket. Nothing's new without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Means I forgot the
decided to go to
bucket.
the meeting room.
Where's
Perhaps
the
he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the bucket?
No
Where-
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where's the bucket? Where's my bucket? There it is.
Stanley
Got
lifted
it.
the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I don't feel that. It's more like indigestion. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Okay. Okay. I have
Stanley
bucket
pushed the
now.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, I sure did, buddy boy. You know it. Anything for you, narrator. I know that got weird for a moment, but trust me, it'll be fine. Room closet!
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Aw, but I love stickers! I love them so much! Ah, if only anyone could get stickers like this. Ah, man, if only. Such amazing stickers that can even go on windows.
Upstairs to the boss's office.
For your vehicle, too. Crazy. Alright, we're at the boss's office. Love the boss. He's very officey. Might as well do this. Hello? Hi. Elevator. I'm not going to break it this time. I can go one game without breaking it. One game. Alright, that was fun. Sweet. Alright. Don't hurt the panda. I love the panda. Okay, there's the input. I knew it'd be somewhere. Okay, so it can be on any computer.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
2, 8,
Crushed by the weight of
4,
this revelation,
5.
Stanley may have broken down into... But Stanley guessed the correct code.
Sure
by
did.
sheer luck. Was it the
Ow,
bucket
mic slap.
all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes, the bucket. It is for sure the bucket. The bucket knows all. The bucket is everything. The bucket. How could I be so blind before? The bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
All right, have a good time.
Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Well, it's time. Everyone has their moment.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Why would I do
At
that?
this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death.
It must happen. Honestly, this bucket just needs to be put out of its misery. Oh!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected
Kill
on how
me.
meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Anyone want to buy some allergies? You get for free. Oh,
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
narrator.
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end.
Poor
as it was
bucket.
crushed violently to death.
I'll miss that bucket. Okay, no one cares about Stanley. People only care about the
It was a
bucket.
shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way.
I died
but
too.
this one stood above the rest.
I
It was a
died.
glorious bucket to behold.
I also died. I was part of that. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind that may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Well, when you put it that way,
Can you
I don't
see
care.
how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
Goodbye,
Can you
bucket.
see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I feel like no one cares about Stanley. Always bucket. Look at all your buckets. 25? That is well more than 25. You can't really count. Is 25 high as you could count? I understand. But I don't think you put in the effort. 25 buckets. A paragraph of 25. Oh, photograph of 25 buckets. Yep, you are completely wrong. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of... The text disappears. Of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Ah, sad times. You will be missed by all. Probably. Ha! Funny. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and reckless experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. That's a sad time. That's a big boy. Inferno Bucket, a replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval area was so powerful, alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Millions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket. Nonology. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Allergies! Vulnerability, size, and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Stress of the water level of the bucket. Rest and relaxation. Do something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Is this the fuck it bucket? Is that what I'm getting out of it? The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. It's the fuck it bucket. I like it. Beautiful. This is good. Can I have... bucket. Beautiful. Alright, cave drawing. While we know that the buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket has already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Have you ever been on the cusp of death?
Bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
This is blue.
It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Man. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However, clearer grasp of the bucket, or may be this yet more than always out of reach. This distance inevitably is first all good. I will get the bucket! Oh. I done it. Fear not, for I am amazing.
But there is something we can do.
Absolutely
something
not.
We can do together, you
Nope.
and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Nope.
Let's Stanley.
Ah!
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another.
I didn't mute on that one.
We can
I am
save the
absolutely the
world's buckets
worst.
from their treatment as tools and implements. If
Ooh.
only we let Stanley die together, the bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader,
Alright.
as commander of a new world,
Alright.
a new vision.
I sincerely apologize for my allergies and the craziness of it. It has affected my ability to stream, apparently, because I have made several errors in this bullshit. This is not my best time. Please don't judge me for this. This is not who I am as a person. I didn't mean... this is not me at my best, I swear.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I
Stanley
don't
decided
know.
to go to the meeting room.
I don't know.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know. Is it quieter? What the? Nope, sure isn't. Well, don't know what that is. Nope, don't do that. Meeting today. I enjoy the meeting. The meeting is always good. I love meetings. I love the bucket, of course.
Chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Absolutely. That's how buckets work.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sure did. That's what you do. Gotta listen to the narrator. Okay, broom closet.
Stanley, we
That's
must
the same.
move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining... Coming to a staircase...
Is there anything more up?
Stanley
Yeah,
and
the
bucket
ending.
walked upstairs to the
Duh.
boss's office.
The actual, the normal path, of course. So, Bucket, I got the feeling that money is for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. That's a good rhyme you got there. Hello, River. Good to see you again. I be doing this.
Stepping into his manager's office,
Crap.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing press. But Stanley guessed the correct code.
Why is it
by
2845 anyway?
Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, sure. We'll go with that one. Great. Alright, Bucket, let's do this! And on the old dusty trail.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door.
Yep, sure didn't. All right.
Control facility.
Time to go.
This passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I love it. We've already been through this.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Oh, really?
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yeah, changed my mind. I got everything to live for. I give you the bucket at least. Apparently everyone cares about the bucket more than me. So I'd be willing to give it up. I'd be willing to do that for you. Get this bucket out of here. Okay. 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 Hi, Lawada. Thank you for the raid. Hello, people. I am playing the Stanley Parable.
Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Hello?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Thanks for following. Medic Sizzle. Love the name. Pretty good. Pretty good. This is all the new content for Stanley Parable after its release in 2013, 5 years. I think they did it just for an anniversary.
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
It is
Everyone
good.
in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
The bucket. What about me?
Reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Nothing will be fine. Nothing. We are going to die in several different ways.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
It has no mind.
Had
It's
the
empty.
bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Buckets don't want to pay rent. They do want to carry
No!
liquid.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never.
Squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Really pushing the bucket here.
He could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Yeah.
And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Ha. Hi, Akadon. Akadon? Akadon. 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 Don? Akadon. How say? Not good with names. Also, my allergies are acting up something fierce, just so you're aware. I'm not at my best. This
But
is
at
our
the
folk
last
pass. Don't
The
judge me.
bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
Ah.
To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket
Akadon.
be treated like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Ooh. Burb.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Sorry, allergies. Like I was stating, I keep going off cam to blow my nose so no one has to endure that. Silly birds! Ducks. Hey, look, if it isn't the screen that Owada always puts up when she's offline.
Then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards
Duck. Give me duck.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place,
I want the duck.
living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken,
Duck.
this one was surely the best.
You right.
And Stanley was happy.
I'm always happy. I'm gonna die. It's coming. It's coming. This duck stream, though, not gonna lie, nothing. Watch a duck pond feeding fish and ducks. Don't you pay and it gives the duck food? Is that the one that does? Oh, that balloon's a little funky.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
There you are.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
It's a subs good feeding day. Nice.
Co-workers.
Oh, where's the bucket? Where's my bucket? I need the bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
This is not home. I've been to my home. I have a mannequin wife and no kids. I know how this do. My normal wife called me to get groceries and I never got them.
And entered the door on his left.
I am doing the left. I have to go and actually escape. One does escape. Oh yeah, Broom Closet has no more dialogue. Which is unfortunate, because that's my favorite.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
To the boss's office! Not until I use the bathroom. Do we got a new poem? Got the feeling. Nope. Same poem. Same poem. We didn't need it. How about this?
Stepping in.
Didn't that do something? Did it? I don't think it did. I think all I did was break the door. Uh-oh. Have I broken the door? I don't know. A lot of stuff you can do in this. 2, 8, 4, 5.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
I sure did.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Yes.
The most
Yes.
explanation.
Yes. Yes. The bucket. The bucket. The bucket is my only acquaintance in this whole place. I think they pushed the bucket a lot too much. I was going to say a little too much, but it's really a lot too much.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yep, I do that. I do it for you, boo. Alright, off we go!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do
I didn't do this ending in the first one.
Comfortable down here.
Crap.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps.
Dark, too. Ah, there we go.
Had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well.
Where am I
and a
getting
sort
this
of
stuff?
kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Goodbye.
But
Oh,
it wasn't
hello.
until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home.
I'm
In
leaving.
fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all.
Turns out there's a boundary.
He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to
What
eat
the-
at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed. as
Are there
Stanley became
assets over
withdrawn,
here?
and
Just in the
neglected
dark?
cleaning. It unsettled the
All right, here we are again.
Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again,
Globe.
but to no avail.
Kitty.
All Stanley could think about, all
Kitty.
he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need
How
to
is
do
this
what the
with
narrator says.
stream
I
compression?
need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground.
To be fair, holes are
But
awesome.
aside, true, it wasn't an ending.
Have you ever seen the
But it's where
infinite
we
hole?
happen
It's
to be.
great.
And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually.
Take a nap on the
It's
couch.
what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Where did I get all the furniture? Where did I get food? Okay. Things happen.
How long was I sitting there?
Whoa.
Stanley wondered to himself.
I heard something.
Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
I have an idea.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
I have an idea. It might work. Might be crazy enough to work. There's none of those clothes, right? The only one that... No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
If I go to the end, right? The very... Well, to the boss's office, the door thing that I did. How far can I go back? How far?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Upstairs, boss off, but this got executive room. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. I already read that one. Good poem all around. Let's see how far back I can go.
Stepping in,
Sweet. How far back can we go? Room closet, sup. See, these doors are open now. It's gotta be something. Gotta be something to that. Oh, ho, ho. I'm on to something. Oh! Yeah, she sometimes joins the stream. Whenever she feels like it. Hello? No one in there? Okay. Hello? Is this where the darn computer is this time? Nope, sure isn't. That's my kitty Cuddles. I love her. I love her. Even though she's part of my allergy problem. It's alright. What's this? This dark room. The end is never the end. You are now leaving. Thank you. I love her. She's adorable. Escape pod. Why do we need an escape pod? What's that? What's down? Is down the same? What is down? 432? Can down? Cannot down. Would you? Cannot go down. Up we go. I need someone. Someone. Help! Who knows how to who knows how to make nose stop forever? I got nose problems here. My sinuses are the size of baseballs. I'm gonna die on this day. I think dying on stream is illegal. Might get in trouble for that, so I won't do that. How many stairs? Is this the SCP, the stairs one? Does it just keep going forever? Oh, okay, there we are. Right, this is it. Alright, this is a great escape. It's time to go. Wait a second. This gets rid of the bucket. I can't do that. Because I have to have the bucket for the other content. If I remember correctly, when I saw a clip of this, it got rid of the bucket. The bucket was no longer there. Or does it just do the other ending and I get the bucket back anyway? I don't know. Time to break it. I've broken every single game I've played this week, so why not? Where were you when I was muted for 10 minutes? This is not my best stream. Hi, puberty. I'm 26. Voice crack. Oh, there it is. What's that do now? Oh, I killed it. I was saying I wanted... I've never seen this. Ah, goodness. Oh, this time I wasn't muted for 10 minutes. Earlier, like hour or something into the stream, I was muted for 10 minutes. Oh, don't make me push every button. Do they fade back? All the button. All the button. Ah. Well, yeah, always happens to streamers, I know, but, my allergies are killing me and I'm losing it. Losing my grip on reality. Do I really have to push every single button? No, because they're coming back. The hell am I supposed to do? I want to leave. I want to leave. Oh my! What, am I supposed to press all of one color or something? What if I do blue? Well, screwed that up already. Do the blues go back? Is it a time? Or is it I can only have so many buttons pressed? Nope, it's a time delay. What am I supposed to do in this abyss of button? Well, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna figure out what I gotta do because I'm not gonna sit here for 40 frickin' minutes trying to figure it out. After his final input, teleported to heaven. Choir in the background sings push the buttons. Your only exit is by resetting the game. Holding the bucket does not change anything. Good! Watch some YouTube because Twitch is lagging a bit. I'll come back later. YouTube.com/ImBobbyBot has several videos for you to watch, I'm just saying. Quite a few videos over there. Anyway. Yeah, I don't want to do that again. I'm actually fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Oh. He's being mean to me. It's because the other bucket's gone. I'm not a dolt. I did it to save the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I sure did, pal. You right. In every sign, fashion, and beauty. Well, it's time to blow this place up.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, bathroom. Always got to use the executive bathroom. Whoa, money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Awesome. I'll be taking that cereal any day. As long as it also possesses the money in it, that'll be good. If it's like money cereal, actual money.
In the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Yeah.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yep.
Was the bucket guiding him?
It's actually written inside it.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket doesn't talk, it's actually just subtitles like an anime inside of the bucket. How I know all the bucket's feelings. Stop that. Every time. I'm going to be electrocuted.
Through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Mind Control Facility. I will now button. Because that's what I do with my life.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I don't know. It's almost like I've been here before. Having a serious case of deja vu. You know what I mean? There's nothing new here.
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped. monitored
Holy
like guinea
gosh.
pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley
That's the
cradled
same
it
one.
gently,
There's two of the same
reassuring
ones
it
there.
that everything would be fine.
They didn't want to come up with 1,000 different rooms, apparently. I don't blame them.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Absolutely.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Sell their body for money.
Raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it.
Screamed
His
into
own
the
life
bucket.
in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I trust you, narrator. Sometimes. Most of the time.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Go boom!
At the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over
The
the machine
bucket.
and claim the power for itself?
I knew it.
How could the bucket
He's
have
evil.
betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
As in.
Birds.
Oh my
Silly.
god.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
If I pushed the wrong one. I pushed the wrong one. I pushed the wrong one. I pushed the wrong one, guys. Why didn't you tell me I pushed the wrong one? Is it because the stream's slightly delayed?
Outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that
It's no excuse. You should have knew that I screwed everything up before I could do it again.
Stanley and the bucket off on another thrilling adventure together.
I am terrible. I apologize deeply for my stupidity.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, we gotta speed through this. Speedrun strats. What? Oh, it's the same thing. Speedrun strats!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Having my jumps would also be phantasmal. I don't have my jumps. I would promise
Stepping
36
into the
jumps.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Mic slap.
But Stanley guessed the correct code
Epic.
by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all
Oh,
along?
I'm stuck in the darkness.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket knows all. Go down, bucket. All right, bucket, it's going down for real. We need to go. We're gonna do it this time. We're gonna blow up this
Stanley
place.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through
Yeah,
the
I'm
large
sick
door
and
of the
tired of it.
mind control facility.
All right, we've done it. We just need this, and then we are done with the.
Lights
Oh, we gotta go
blazed
downstairs.
on an enormous room
Son of a
with television
bitch.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
My mic is a mic. Radio, Captain. Let me just get that elevator.
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Should just drop the
Everyone
bucket.
in the
It'll be
office
okay.
was being
Oh my
vigilant,
gosh, I almost fell off the
monitored by
edge. Didn't know I could do that over here. I knew I could do it over
I'd
there.
never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it
there.
gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything will be okay. Everything gonna be fine, Bucket. We're gonna blow up this place. Might die with
Was
it,
the
but
bucket
it
and
happens.
The mind control facilities influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Feeble?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept
Fired.
his own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Getting real tired of the bucket, not gonna lie.
But here was the proof.
Okay.
The heart of the operation.
Blow up
Controls
this,
labeled
not
with
blow up.
emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
The deed is done. It has been
Stanley
accomplished.
and the bucket waited in blackness.
Blackness.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
It's fun.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on
Get
earth.
allergies. You could do that real
Wanted
quick.
to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
That's stupid.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
We all need somebody to lean on, son of a gun.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
We're gonna die
Was
in this
Stanley and the
place.
bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
No, not the
Needed
facility.
The soothing warmth of the bucket. Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Well, apparently we can spawn furniture and food from nowhere, so I think we're good. No. I don't want to go to Stanley Button Heaven.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Doing a meeting! We're doing it.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Oh,
Stanley
what
just
would you
smiled.
like to know?
Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Bucket, I'll be honest with you. I ain't got the
Stanley clutched the
foggiest
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
what
left.
we're gonna do. But I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. As William Shakespeare said in the year 203.
To a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up
Starables.
by one?
Stanlables.
I'm sure it will come to me.
Parastands.
but Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
It can't be
admitting
done.
He had left his post during
Who
work
farted?
hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
No.
Only because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
What's that?
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in
Oh,
his
no.
arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Well, he's talking to a
The bucket
bucket, so
returned
yeah.
his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my
What
bucket.
the?
It's just a
What?
normal,
Who
everyday
the what?
bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Did I
How
break
I
it?
end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
One day without breaking the game. One. That's all I ask. What? The phone is ringing. Is it my wife?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your
No,
schedule,
I
okay?
refuse.
We need milk,
No,
cereal, dish soap,
no,
spaghetti,
no.
everything of-
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
In case anyone's wondering, yes, I am a professional game breaker. It always seems to happen. I don't know why, but it do.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
I
and the
successfully
bucket
broke
walked upstairs
Poppy
to the
playtime.
boss's office.
I think like 7 or 8 times when I
Stanley
played
just
that.
couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Okay,
Maybe,
stay.
he thought to himself,
Just don't-
maybe I am crazy.
Just don't touch it,
He
and it
looked
won't
down at
break.
the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Oh no!
Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious. He
Woo!
exclaimed, without my bucket, I've gone
I want
truly
to touch the
mad.
ceiling.
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard someone calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
The bucket.
He
Bucket,
rushed
bucket,
forward
bucket,
from
bucket.
room to room, passing by one
Bucket.
bucket after the next.
Bucket.
None of them were his. None
Bucket.
of them were his special bucket.
Bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
Bucket.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
Bucket.
It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where
I
the
sure
voice of
didn't.
the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Ow.
It was incredibly painful.
I would imagine.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
TV go dark.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Looks like they took
Right
a
away, she
PNG
knew what the
of the
problem
bucket and
was.
just stuck it on
This
the
man
image.
had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Why are we dropping frames? 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 What? Why are we dropping frames? Why? Where are all the frames going? Who is stealing my frames? Who? Answer me! Which one of you fucking glasses, which one of you are stealing my frames? I know someone is stealing my frames. Does it look choppy as shit? It's not due to rendering lagged, it's because of my network. What in the why? What happened? Looked the same as it had to me. Was it choppy? Was it already choppy? Is it smooth? Looks fine. Okay. I'm losing 100 frames every 4,800. Well, oh well, it be like that sometimes, I guess. It's due to my network, so I can't really do much about it right now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Okay. I think we have done everything on the left. It is right time.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh yeah, I remember the employee lounge. I am all about that employee lounge.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Ooh,
yes,
yeah.
he thought to himself. Yes, perhaps
Fool.
it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I love it here. The club can't even handle me right now. English is hard. I've said it before.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure.
Yeah.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
This is beautiful. You've done it. You've done it. You've done it. This deed is done.
Perhaps
Who
this
farted?
was where the bucket felt
Number
most
one,
truly
Dad.
home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can
That-
even feel at home.
I love Mom. I love Mama. I love my mom too.
Stanley
What
decided
the
to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge.
I'm doing this for
Clearly,
me, not the
and
bucket.
employee lounge shared a special connection.
No, it's for me, not the bucket. Bucket, leave the bucket out of this. This is a me thing. This is my lounge. I love the lounge. This is a beautiful lounge. I love the chairs. I love the coffee table. I love all the cups, even though someone left it on the floor when they could have just put it over here, right there. They spilt one. What's that one say? It says flat plays, stays. I don't know. On the way.
Finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Sure did. Let's do it.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section
Sure
and
did
walked
it.
straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, the baby.
You see,
My
your
wife.
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
A
We've come
pooper.
together here because we care about you very much.
Oh,
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
my house
The
moved.
bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's
I know.
just sequel content.
I know, my house was
We're
mobile.
The ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They
What's
want
that?
more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
coffee, no
we
work.
could make the Adventure Line go
Nice
somewhere
ass.
new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
The Adventure Line. Where's the music for the Adventure Line? I want music. Do it. Do it. Do it to me. What's back there? Nothing. Do it.
Whee! Look at that wacky line.
Adventure
Who
Line.
knows where it'll go off to
Wacky
next?
line,
Oh,
TM.
and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah. Ba-da-da, da-da, da. Oh, ba-da-da, ba-da, ba.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
The
But if
bucket
we want
is
to do
addicted.
that, you're going to have to give
Portal.
something up.
Give the bucket. Half-Life. The bucket. You want the bucket? I give you bucket. I guess it's it must be done. I guess it must be done. Adventure Line music was really nice for the the 3 seconds it was there. Sad. Have I been here in a past
Don't
life?
you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Ooh.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
Lore.
it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Yeah, he is so good.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you
Makes
don't need me to
cakes.
spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
The bucket says no. The bucket says no.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I
It
don't
won't.
know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
It won't go
Destroying
in.
buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
It literally
I can
won't.
hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join
It-
the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
It
Well,
won't.
you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and
Take
feed it. We can't
the
get back to
bucket.
the classic Stanley Parable
Ah,
characters like the Adventure
I'm
Line or
leaving.
the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do
I
it,
jump
the
in
fans,
myself.
Stanley.
I
Give the fans
sacrifice.
what they want. Hurry and
Good night.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent. Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it.
I'm stuck. Not like this.
Haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What's that mean? I think tape recording guy has died. I think he is no longer with us.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
Huh.
He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, looking pretty good, looking peachy, looking keen, that's the word.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Is that a kinky reference, or, what? What goes on? Supposed to be able to see a man walking. I think it was, I think it's supposed to be Stanley from a different one of these timelines walking by.
Way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I don't know where, though.
That the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I love lounge. Lounge is good. Is it the same dialogue? Yep.
The bucket turned out to be correct.
Nope, sure didn't. Goodbye. Have a day of nice.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I will never,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Time to eat.
There. Go to the cargo.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Very Shakespeare. Is that it? Oh, okay. Well, that was worth it. Okay.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Damn, these memos. I'd be missing them all.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Is that like having a girlfriend that's way out of your league? Because I feel that.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
You right.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Fear not, Poopy Pants. We will do it.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Now.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
I'm on it.
Lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Right.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
It happens.
Should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
True. Okay, bye.
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly
Danger
convinced
everywhere.
that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Certainly did not. There, boyo. I am in a different look.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something.
Okay, Dad.
This misunderstanding could have dire
I'm stuck.
consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Bucket.
Please, step in here for a moment.
I'm on it, pal. I can do it for you. What is this bucket?
Now
He's a bucket.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios,
Welcome
and you'll tell
back
me whether or
to
not the thing I'm
is
showing you
this
is a
a
bucket.
bucket?
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Fuck yeah.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, it's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
That'd still make it a bucket. The material does not determine whether it's a bucket or not. You could have a wooden one,
Item 3.
plastic
Is this a
one.
bucket?
Oh, it's got music. Yes.
Correct.
Yay!
It's a bucket.
I'm 1 for a ton, baby.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
It's
It's
bucket.
an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Is bucket. It is definitely bucket. You wrong. Me
Is this
right.
a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Excuse the hell out of me. I knew it. I knew it was
Item 6.
bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yeah, bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
It is and it's not bucket. How it be that?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Nothing. Nothing is bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
No such thing as a bucket. Buckets don't exist, they're a myth.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
No, they don't exist.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Oh
I can't have that. I'm
no!
sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
There are none.
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My
Impossible.
God, I had no idea. How could
Buckets don't exist.
me? I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. If you
Okay.
run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
I don't think they'll believe me. Go up to them and just be like, everything's a bucket. Everything. It's all buckets. Everything around you is a bucket. Nothing exists but buckets. Pretty sure that they would 100% not believe me on any of those counts.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know,
Stanley
possibly.
decided to go to the
Hey,
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
holy cow. Holy cow. Where is the dude? Where is the me? Where is the me walking by? Do I miss it? Is that the problem? Am I not moving forward fast enough? That might be the case.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Yeah.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Lounge.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left, to go back to the meeting room.
Sure did it. Let's go!
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the
Good.
lift all the way to the top.
Yes,
There's
sir.
something up there I need
We'll
you to
do
do.
as you ask, Commander
Stanley did not
Bucket.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I do you, Bucket. It shall be done.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Absolutely not.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay, if I must. I want to drive forklift. I'm forklift certified. Oh, I am in the here now.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Okay. Hello?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Okay, moving on. What's that? The beige pages. Okay. I'm here. Okay. Hi, Bucket. Hi, to take me to work with you. Well, I've been doing that, so sure.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
It's real to me, pal. Let's go home. That was a short day at work.
I've been concerned
Is there
about him. Wouldn't you be
magnets?
concerned as well? To see him delusional
played
like
the
this,
demo.
obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I went to the mind control facility and all I got was this lousy sticker. Funny. A new hand touches the beacon. Anyway, Bucket, sup. Let's go to work. Got stuff to do.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley,
Hello.
can you hear me?
No.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
I love
That's it.
liquid.
It doesn't do anything else.
X to don't listen to the loud man. Press X for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still
Ooh.
taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket.
I love
His
it.
stupid hunk
It's
of
the
metal.
best. Look at the box. It looks like it's got a face. X to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad.
I'm
This
working
bucket
late.
doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Kinda shiny, I
It does have
guess.
a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press I to go back home. I am back
suppose
home.
On closer inspection, that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yeah. Was you to relive the same day with me over and over. That summarizes work.
What am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Have to go home and work to go home and work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket.
No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Everyone's got their kinks. I'm not shaming them. I just, this is my bucket. So, maybe, you should, go to your own house, get your own bucket, have your own fun time. Leave me and the bucket out of it. Okay, it's not my kink. Once again, not shaming it. I just, don't want to be involved.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Okay. Alrighty then. Sun is shining, take us clean, we're gonna get out of here.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A memo.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Where is this man? I will find this man. If it's the last thing I do.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It's not anymore. It's not.
And here it was.
The bucket has ruined it for me.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
Now,
back to the meeting room.
Did I just close that? That wasn't possible before, I don't think. 'Cause I tried.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Now what? There's a thing. There's more.
Now
I don't.
ride the lift all the way to the top.
Okay.
There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket, I don't know what's going on, Bucket. I'll be honest, I thought I did, but I'm at a loss here.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
You sure did it. We're going out. We're going down. We're going down. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, the phone. That's right.
Now pick up the phone.
Nope.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here.
Oh, I'm prepared for this one.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
In the middle of the night. I'm Dunny with the funny!
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it?
Outdated?
Well, no matter.
This
I think
happened?
The fundamentals of
The
proper
future?
comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Let's go. Let's do it. I believe a random gate popped up out of nowhere. Glad that was installed.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I think you've already done that. I can't feel my nostrils anymore. They're gone. They've been bye-byed. It's all over. I am ascending to a new plane.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay, I do it for you.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and
Lock
over.
me out of my house.
Your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay, who's doing it?
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready?
All right, yep.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah, I got it this time.
The bucket came to a set of 2 open doors. They entered the door on the left.
Oh, my other left. Gotcha. Doing it. Hello.
We're back at the phone already. No. What's
Unplugged it. Plug it back in.
Several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit, which culminates
I can't
in this
fix it
scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors.
You're a little
just mistake.
incorrect.
I made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as
Excuse me!
Other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
That's not the end. It's not. There's more.
Pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not?
Gotta think.
Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
I am still missing a Stanlerine. A Staflerine. Okay, good. Bucket.
Stanley? Without the bucket? Really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
Left or right?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We'll try left. This is different now. Yeah. Because I just need somewhere with red and blue for the last Stanlerine. Oh, I can do that now. Hey.
Stanley, we must
okay,
move
same
on
dialogue.
from this broom closet, simply because I have no room. Coming to a staircase,
Up or
Stanley
down?
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Up or down? Up or down? Down, perhaps.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy...
It's the same! Where is the... Where... What
All
the...
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is this where the man is? Is this where the other me is? The other me? Are you here?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay, so I just needed to reset.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Okay. Carry on, my
Stanley
wayward.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
Get
left.
well someday. Right?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Well, that's not a possibility. I am confused. Where is it? I went down. It's time to go up.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Wherefore art thou? There was a thing. Do I just need to keep doing this? What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Bucket-loving heroes?
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch.
Things
Little
are
did
changing
they
with the
discover Stanley's
resets.
belief in the magic of the bucket.
Because I'm getting different dialogue. So...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
left!
and entered the door on his left.
Do we got anything new, Mr. Narrator?
Coming to a staircase.
Just keep doing that, I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket.
Maybe that's just dialogue that you get. Like, it's randomized every time you pick up the bucket. So let's see. Where's the Stanley? Collectibles. Ending. Basement. Select the secret entrance. Warehouse. Red and blue door. Collectibles, one of the two that can be found by taking the right door when you reach the two doors. However, you cannot be carrying the bucket to get this collectible. Okay. Lounge, cargo lift, drop down, hallway, red, blue. Got it! Let's do this. I need to get rid of the bucket. Goodbye,
Just
bucket.
a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
You right. I'm doing it. I'm on my way. I got a
Stanley came
thing
to
to
a set of
grab.
two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It's beautiful.
Okay.
Aww.
But
sad.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Close it. Don't want it. Can always
Stanley was so
count on
bad
it.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
No, I'm the worst.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
Woo!
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Depends on the path I
don't know
take.
how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
That's
So,
a word.
Stanley, this is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
I've done it.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
You right.
So,
Okay.
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I don't know. It's been so long. It's all in the past. I've forgotten.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red. Right. Red door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Right. Red door. Gotcha.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Right. The red door. Gotcha.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours.
Says to reset. Okay. And then this is the place. Oh,
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
It's back
Wasn't
there.
it just the most intrinsically
What are you
fulfilling
hiding?
moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh,
I would love
dirty.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
It is pretty.
Just one more time.
Stanley found the collectibles. Ooh, what's that? Oh, it's just the phone. Do I get to see Stanley the hamster again? Still 2013. Can I go into here? Cannot. Jumping. Did it.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it
6.
said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I have 7. I'm overachieving now. As I do. Bathroom.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Disliked that statement. Makes me feel a little bad.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Believe it was the boss's office. Like, in that other area.
Hey, That's exactly right.
I've done it.
Behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
You right? Yeah, yeah.
These moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Are you sure?
Let's see. What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Think you're getting false memories there, sir. I ain't ever seen this room in my life. But okay. The music's not too bad. Pretty good. Ooh. Yes, the abyss. Oh, this thing.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was
I could
in the
leave.
warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Oh yeah, give it to me. I love that the detail has been also brought down to like frick 480p. Oh yeah, that frame rate too. Perfect. I give you an A+ on that's a lot of views. Got it.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
I think you spent too long on it. How do I, oh, okay. Now, we're getting somewhere. Yay, the doors!
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine,
Woo!
right here by the red and blue
Double.
doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
That normally is how memory
Say
works,
how
yeah.
the mind works.
That-
All
that-
I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
World's
Except for
best
the other moments
co-worker.
picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What happened? Who am I? Red, blue, doesn't matter. Going through them both. What are you gonna do about that? What are you gonna do about that? Got nothing to say? Okay, fine. Is
And
this
then
a
there was no more,
Spaceballs
because we've
reference?
caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future.
That's what it's
Goodbye,
called, right?
memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some
You
way we
took
can
away
stay
my
here,
bar.
keep enjoying these figurines. Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay, let's do it. Why not? Don't close these doors. I'm gonna go through all of them. Thank you. Thank you. Deed is done.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors.
Woo!
I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Okay, let's do it to it, Captain. I like watching
And
numbers
here's where
go
I
up.
made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh yeah. Cuddles, why do you leave me?
Yes, I love that video.
Ooh. Nostalgic. Did you make it on a computer with Windows XP?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah. I like the little music that it plays. I have no idea where it's playing it from. But, pretty cool. Is it inside the apple? Hey!
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward
Dang,
for
16.
finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
Let me out! I'm going to the stairs. I have missed the stairs. It skipped under the stairs because it was the other option and put the pink room there instead. I gotcha.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember
Is this a
it
second?
too. The past
Yeah.
is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
Because it's past, my good sir. You gotta live in the present. The now.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them all. Ooh, hole. Where's hole? Oh, I can't hole. Sad. Can I hole? There's a dock. There's a darkness. There's a door up there. Can I hole? There is no back way. Okay, hole is a miss. And I must move forward. I still have my jumps.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact,
Can I take that?
I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Can I take you? You're a collectible. A big one. Nope. Okay. I was hoping, so I put that in my pocket. Alright, let's jump out of the circle. Whoop! Did it. What's next? Oh, doors.
Yes,
Yeah.
the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
My office! I love my office.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
What's that, boy?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Once again! Muted forever and no one told me. How long have I been muted? Once again, once this is on YouTube, you'll get a pinned comment to the top of the video forever if you are able to deduce what I have said while the mic was muted. I now say that you have to have both occasions as proof of, one, you made it through the whole video, and two, that you're paying attention. Bucket! I love Bucket. I have Bucket back. That's the escape pod that the Bucket was in. Makes perfect sense. I love it. There's a generator here in the memory zone. Why is there a generator? Who set up the generator? Ooh. In loving memory of the Stanley Parable 2. The door is open now. What are we powering with the generator? Review. Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than just expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinite deep hole? Who cares? Me? That was freaking awesome. Where are the new endings and about enjoyable bits? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines give you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting and welcome to reprieve from. Nope. The bucket is there as death. Oh, 2027, huh? Okay. Doggy! Cat dog born. Oh. Cool. I see that their friendship took a turn for the best. Button! I am Jim. Make me Jim. I swear someone's gonna make a song about Jim. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, his creator made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Blah, blah, blah. Aggregated review scores in video game history. Okay. Jim! My man! The myth, the legend. Jim. Oh, more Jim. Jim. Loving the Jims. Can I get more Jim?
Stanley.
Oh.
Stanley.
think the narrator took the time to make a Stanley one. Which is very nice.
Stanley.
Is adorable. What's that? Oh, it's a picture of two... Is that two scientists or something? Who is that? Huh. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of Stanlerines. That's where the generator goes. I want to go where I'm not supposed to go first. Which, oh. I think I've done it. It was just went around a rock. That makes sense. Sense of direction, impeccable. Cannot be pecked. Woo! Stanlerine! Look at me go. I'm getting all of them Stanlerines. I've done it 26 out of 6. No one can stop me. Yump it! This is where I die. Oh, no, we're live. Heyo? Can I open any doors? Thanks for enjoying the new content. No problem. This is very good, actually. I kind of liked it all. All the best. Bucket, decent at times. Hello again. I missed you. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Oh, thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number on the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3. Stanley's big baby. Stanley's big snake, if you know what I mean. Saturday night, day out. The Saturday night cowboy. That's what they call me. The last ever baby. Outstretched cowboy, if you know what I mean. The snake, if you know what. Okay. Let's do the last ever sequel, because that sounds cool. Last ever sequel. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Sure! Good. Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alrighty, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. See, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. 4:16! 4:16! Been at it a while. Please adjust the slider until the computer's ready to confirm. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. I like the car. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Okay. We begin.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Stanley Parable 3, the last sequel ever.
Stanley.
Nice.
He would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
Get well
call a
someday.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
It's got the
Something
awaiting
was very
input.
clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, bye. Have a great time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fax
Stanley
machine
went
on?
around touching every little thing in the office.
Yeah.
A single difference.
Trust me,
No,
I got it.
advance
I got
the
it.
story in any way.
It's all under control. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Finally.
How come I haven't seen the dude?
Bucket. Yes. I love that bucket.
The balloon's hard at work. New content!
New content? What does that mean? New content?
It means I gotta book it.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
It sounds like
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was
a voice
video game
actor
released in
from
2013
one of the
on home
FNAF
computers.
games.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Is it the
The
same
Stanley
voice actor?
Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Heck
Well, this
yeah.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I can use my
I've
jumps!
just now realized that bucket you're holding. It's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it?
You haven't worked
Isn't
on
this
it
the
yet.
Preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
You went mad before the bucket.
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
That happens.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Bonnie. Did it.
The infinite hole.
I saved all these
Time
jumps
to
for
see
nothing.
them already. Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
No. It's always behind me. I never look the right direction. There's a bridge. Hello. Thank you for enjoying content.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly.
No, it means I'm required to.
You carrying
in order
the
to do
bucket
stuff
everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
You're really pushing the bucket still. Goodness. Okay, continuing on.
One man, one bucket, one child. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I've done it. I have done it. I want
Still
it.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait a second. Wait a second. This isn't right.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more... It's bucket time.
Bucket time. Bucket time. Okay. I was promised an achievement. Because I totally care about completion right now.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
I was facing the right way this time. Who they her?
Far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
Absolutely.
It'll all work itself out. Game development.
Hole!
Go on, try out some of the new...
Where's the hole? Infinite hole.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Ah.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
We've already done that, so we're gonna do this.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, it is.
Where's the hole? I want to make a more dubstep. Oh, hell yeah. Can I actually do it?
Here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
Oh,
It's never been
yeah.
done before in a video game. This is
Oh,
in fact
yeah.
a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great.
Okay.
Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I won't make you go through the infinite hole again. It's okay. Okay. I want my new free and easy achievement. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
The deed is done.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will... As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What?
It's got a broken
What
texture.
in the hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
I had a
Who fixed
friend.
it? Is someone here?
Yeah,
Are we being watched?
kinda.
Oh, God. Composure? Composure. Yes, as you
Who's
can see,
Faba?
the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
It'll all be okay. Alrighty. Well, let's take a look at the main menu. I don't think it has anything else. And then all it does is go up by one and change the name every time that we log on. Okay. That seems to be all that the Stanley Parable 2/3 has to offer, Ultra Deluxe version. So I'm going to leave it there. If I missed any endings, let me know in the comments below on the YouTube video. And I'll go and take a look at them for myself on my own time. Thank you so much for watching. Follow the stream at twitch.tv/ImBobbyBot to catch everything live, notified by the notifications. Also, youtube.com/ImBobbyBot. Also subscribe over there and hit notifications so you can get notified of every single video and VOD that I ever upload. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.